Hello everybody and welcome to another painting stream here on youtube.com/Johnny Chiodini. That's me, in focus, with quite big hair today, weirdly. And I need to trim my beard, but I'm here. Anyway, we're back. Let's do some painting. Hello. Hi, it's nice to see you. Feels like it's been a while, because it has. How's everyone doing? Are we well? I can see some lovely friendly faces in chat. Manish Anand, Mark Kerwan, Rogue Monus, A Defect, Mr. Tom for the win, Cookie Cat 94, The Nice Witch, Faisal, Revolver Rock, Jazzy Cat Productions, The Remy K, William Barry, Lucas, Nevermore, Claire de Bear, Rob J, Teresa M, whole bunch of you, and a super chat from Thomas Ogden who says, "Hi Johnny and LSPs, hope everyone is well. Had a brilliant time at the Who concert on Friday and met the band. Was also as close to the stage as Pass." That sounds brilliant. I hope they played your favourite song. And I hope they were very nice when you met them. I hope you're doing well. What are we painting today? Well, let's. Why don't we go over to painting cam? Today, I've got some. They're out of focus, but I'm working on a few different little bits, including a barrel with a hat and an axe on it. Joseph Bugman, who's going to be leaning up against the barrel there with a pint and a pipe. And we've also got an orc head here and a goblin head mounted on little shields. And we're also, if we get time, going to work on these little strips of, these are actually metal tape that are like sticky back. And I've primed them. And we're going to paint a floorboard pattern onto these. Why are we doing that? Well, everyone, it's because we're building a pub. So, I think I might have mentioned this before, but obviously when you have like miniatures to carry around, you have a case for them, right? So, let me show you. This is my normal case for Blood Bowl. It's got the Hot Bobs logo on it. It's got a dwarf team on the inside. It's got the little things on the other side. One of the magnets appears to have come off one of them. That's weird. But basically, yeah, it's magnetized miniatures go onto metal. Now, I thought to myself, wouldn't it be nice if I had a more like theme appropriate carry case? So what I did was I got this wooden box and I've stained it a little with some wood stain, and I've added a hinge so it stays open. These are some coffee stirrers I nicked from a McDonald's because I'm going to use these to make painting frames. But what we're going to do today is the idea is this needs to be metallic so that the minis will stick. So I'm going to put this this tape down in here, which will be painted like floorboards. So it's like a wooden floor, right? And then I haven't printed anything yet, but I'm going to print up a little 3D printed bar. In the corner, we're going to have Joseph Bugman, probably this corner. Joseph Bugman's going to be hanging out with his pipe. And then on the wall, we have got like trophies, like hunting trophies. Some of this stuff's going to be in the lid, and I'm going to have pictures from the league up here in like fake picture frames. The Nice Witch says, "Where does Danny Dyer go?" Oh no, do I need to find a Danny Dyer model? Probably. Mark Cohen says, "Oh, I think I know another head that can be mounted on that wall." Yes, Mark, but it's too big. I've already tried it, so I've still got it. I've got the head of like a Triceratops type model that Mark very kindly gifted me, but when I put it here, it descends way too far in here and it stops it being a useful case. Anyway, I'll show you the lid now, because I thought, wouldn't it be cool if I painted the lid like a pub sign? So then I had to design a pub sign, and I'm not going to lie, it went pretty well. So the pub is called The Dodging Pig, which you can see in like fake black letter. And then these are the different die results you can get on a Blood Bowl die. And then this is a recreation of a medieval boar from a tapestry. So there we go. So that's going to be my carry case. A kind reminder that my pronouns are they, them, not he, him. If you could adjust your brains accordingly, that would be great. Yeah, we'll crack on, shall we? Seen some of you asking why I'm bothering to make a wood floor when the box has a wood floor. It's because the wood isn't magnetic, whereas I need the floor to be magnetic. So we're going to have a magnetic floor, and then I'm going to make it look wood effect, because fantasy pubs don't have metal floors. So there we go. Ollie Bose says, calming me down on the way to a big scary audition. Thank you so much. The boar case is excellent. I hope the audition is excellent, more to the point, Ollie. I hope you absolutely smash it. Break a leg. So, yeah. Baddy Wrongleg says, you're making one of those magnetic pubs. You bet your sweet bippy, Baddy Wronglegs. So how is everyone? I've seen a couple of you saying, well, I saw the Nice Witch has been ill. Get well soon, Sarah. I hope you're already on the mend. And if not, I hope you are on the mend very, very soon. Naka says, is the bottom of the box thick enough you could drill small holes to seat magnets in? No, basically. Don't know if you can hear that, but it's not good. Rob J says, are the coffee stirrers thin enough for the magnets to still work through? No, tested that as well. So, doing an actual wood floor is out of the question, and I'm just gonna paint on this. Believe me, I've thought this through. So, could you put magnets under the box and give it another base under that? No, believe me, the way I'm doing this is the way it's going to happen, and indeed is a cost-effective and B sturdy way of doing it. Also, I like painting. Just let me paint a fake wooden floor, everyone, please. I know you're natural problem solvers, but just let me paint. Just let me paint the wooden floor. Levi Coffee says, finally caught COVID and that sucked, but on the mend and glad to see you painting again. Thanks for being you. The case looks awesome. Thank you very much, Levi. I'm sorry you got COVID, but I'm glad you're on the way on the mend rather. I hope the rest of your recovery is swift and smooth. Ray PW says, are you going to paint the metal tape in situ or put it on after? Will the paint crack if you do the latter? I'm doing the latter, and no, it'll be fine. Because it's not a hardship to put it on. I don't have to put that much stress on it. Also, I'm going to varnish it and everything's going to be fine. The Castaway DC is in chat. Says, hi Johnny and all, I'm currently painting my fingernails. Does that fall under the remit of this stream? Absolutely. You can do what you want on these streams and it counts, really. It's a hobby stream rather than just a painting stream. So if your hobby is, say, being rude to policemen, you could do that. Obviously, things might happen if you were especially rude to police officers, but at the same time, go for it. Hate the Ending has done a super chat saying, how goes life in Johnny World? Hopefully something good has brought you a reason to smile. Yeah, I'm doing all right, thanks. Currently our heating's not working, so the flat's pretty cold, but apart from that, we're doing okay. Watson is recovering from surgery, but is doing well. She's due back into the vets on Friday, where we're getting the results of a couple of tests, and hopefully her stitch is out. But she's coping well. She's being very cuddly and sweet, and she's not allowed to go on walks at the minute, but she's not going to beans, which is nice. Been generally very worried about her, but she should be fine. I will, of course, keep you updated. Apart from that, what have I been up to? I've been writing a lot recently. That's why I wasn't streaming last week. I went away on a little writing trip, and it went really well, which is very nice, and I'm very relieved. And just generally speaking, yeah, things are good. I'm feeling festive also. Really, put the Christmas tree up yesterday. Looking forward to just winding down the year, basically. Titan Uranus has done a super chat saying, unrelated, but is it called kicking the bucket because Death rides a pale horse? And pale has been spelt P-A-I-L, which is very droll. I liked that one, Titan. That was a good one. Corvus Albright's done a super chat saying, meant to send this sooner, but this has been the first live stream I've caught in a sec. Role model haiku for role model haiku time. Model of kindness. Referring to you, Johnny, steadfast compassion. Thank you, that is very sweet and slightly mortifying because, of course, my greatest enemy, apart from cetaceans, is praise. But thank you, that is very kind. And it's nice to see you in chat. It's nice to be streaming. It feels like a million years. It's only been a week, but still. It's been less than... No, it has... okay, so it's been a bit more than a week, because it would have been... Yeah, it was a week ago on Thursday. So yeah, it has been a while, in fairness. So, yeah, it's nice to be back. It's nice to be painting again. The last time I tried to paint, it didn't go spectacularly. I can show you... I'll show you the update on the Tonk, because I've painted a bit of the Tonk off stream, and you might want to see it, so I'll show that to you in a little while. Chris Rakowski has done a super chat saying, contribution to the Good Dog Treat Fund. I'm looking to getting a desk lamp for doing minis and other hobbies. Do you have any recommendations? Yes, this one. What the fuck's it called? I'll try and find out. Basically, yeah, this LED lamp, I've had it for coming up on 5 years now, and it's never let me down. It's tremendous. It's just like an LED one that's posable. It's on a sort of clamp that you can clamp onto the bottom of a desk. It's very, very useful. Will says, hello, I've just got done with my first day of new job. Congrats on the new job, Will. Once again, I'm very glad that you got out of your last job and that you're in this one. How did it go? Are the people nice? I hope it was delightful. Will says, is it an Amazon task lamp? No, as in, it's not like an Amazon proprietary thing. I think I probably got it from Amazon. Brackets, fuck Jeff Bezos. But yeah, I think I got it from there. Will says, it was literally all meetings. Oh, that sounds heinous. The first day of any job is so weird because you're not actually doing your job yet. But it feels like you ought to be because you've been hired. I find them very, very odd indeed. Obviously, the first day of this job was also fucking weird. Because when I launched the Patreon, it was 2 weeks before I actually did anything. So that felt strange. And then the first day of streaming was just so surreal. But then, it's not a typical job, is it? So, I'm so sorry if I say this wrong, but Callie Leestrom has done a super chat saying, shucks, I love magnet stuff, brackets, I've magnetized my latest fantasy army and some of my D&D minis, and this seems like a magnificent idea. Unfortunately, I can't watch this stream for long. VOD, I guess. Well, thank you very much for the super chat, first and foremost. And secondly, isn't magnetizing brilliant? Before I got into it, I used to have those massive foam cases with trays and trays and trays. And I was playing a Skaven army for Age of Sigmar, and so just getting all of that stuff out of the case was a nightmare. It took forever. And then I was like, I can just magnetize this stuff and it just goes in a thing. Wonderful. It's satisfying. It's neat. I'm a big, big, big fan, suffice to say. Right, I'm going to get some of this green on here. I'm also going to get a slightly darker green on here for the orc face, as opposed to the goblin face, which is a bit lighter. So welcome. everybody, to Non-Binary Person Looks Through a Box of Paints, trying to find a specific paint. This week I'll be doing that while also trying to field a super chat from Thury Weaver, who says, "It was my birthday on Friday, so in good Hobbit style, I'm passing on a gift to you. Thanks for being the inspiration for my worryingly large collection of paints, models, and desire to paint a 40k army." Well, happy birthday for Friday, Thury Weaver. I hope you had an absolutely magnificent day, and that you were shown an awful lot of love. Sorry and you're welcome, I think, are both appropriate terms for having got you onto the hobby train. But I hope you're having a nice time. And what 40k army are you thinking of painting? Don't super chat that, obviously. Just type in chat, and I shall see it probably. Where the fuck? Oh, it's a good episode, this one. It's a long one. Where the fuck is that dark green I'm thinking of? I've also got a super chat saying, from Monster Noodle. Hey, Noodle. I still owe you money. Saying, what a week. Got super ill last week and ended up at the hospital. Safe to say that was unpleasant. But I seem to be on the mend now. Today I ate solid food for the first time in a week and watched Netflix with the pupper. Well, I'm extremely glad you are back on solid foods. Noodle, and I hope your recovery goes very, very smoothly from there, because that sounds absolutely rubbish. So yeah, I sincerely hope things start looking up very, very soon for you. Thank you again for the super chat. It's nice to see you. Well says strong disagree. Foam cases are way better. Mark Cohen says magnets for the win. Oh no, are we about to start a civil war with all the ham perverts in the Discord? Probably not. Right. Baddy Wrongleg says, is the Wobbletron fully kaput? I fear so. The last time I used the Wobbletron, it wasn't really playing ball. I still haven't forgiven it for shaking up that beer when I forgot that if I put a beer on the same table as that was my fault. Put the beer on the same table as a Vortex mixer and let rip, and then opened the can and was surprised when the beer was all fizzy. That was not my finest hour, but Wobbletron, I'm going to try and have a look at it at some point, but I've had other stuff going on lately, so Wobbletron's kind of fallen on the back burner, but still. Oh, great. My face was covering the painting I was doing. That's useful, isn't it? Ooh. Where's my water? Got a bit of a scratchy throat because it's cold here. Yasmin W says that was hilarious in all fairness to Wobbletron. It was quite funny. In fairness. I still haven't put my mouse mat back on the desk. Ebrel 506 says, words of wisdom, never Wobbletron a beer. Yeah, we learn here on the channel, don't we? Every day's a school day. It's quite nice to be focusing just on like an orc head and a goblin head for a bit, because normally, like, I definitely respect people who put all of the heads for their miniatures on individual things and paint them all individually and add them to the model separately, so that they've got the greatest amount of access and they've got the greatest amount of control over the paint job, etc., etc. But I'm not that patient. But I can see why people do it now, because it's really making me focus more on just that specific area. I think more about what I want to do. Whereas I think when it's on a whole model, I'm like, yeah, that's the head, just paint it. There's loads more model to paint. Come on, get going. So it's nice to sort of actually, excuse me, take my time for once. They said applying a paint that they'd thinned down a little bit too much, but that's okay. In fact, let's get some of that off entirely. Start again with a slightly thicker paint consistency. That will do. Noodle says, thank you everyone, I'm doing a lot better now. The dog is very helpful when he's not in monster mode. They are pretty great, aren't they, dogs? The hardest bit about, for me anyway, about Watson's surgery was not being with her when she came out and not seeing her for a few days afterwards. I got sent pictures and she looked so sad and so stoned. But she's doing fine now. She's a tough little pig. So Mario Senior has done a super chat saying, hey Johnny, turned 20 today. Most things are bad, but you're one of the things that is not bad, and for that I thank you profusely. Well, happy birthday, Mario. I'm sorry that most things are bad right now. That sounds bad, funnily enough, and I do hope they start looking up very, very soon. Thank you for the super chat and for the very kind words. I'm glad to be a positive thing in an otherwise mostly bad world. For you specifically, that isn't me making a sweeping generalisation about how I'm brilliant and everything else is awful. So yeah, thank you again for the super chat. Many happy returns, and I hope that things start looking up for you very, very soon. I Hate the Ending has done a super chat also saying, I love that this is a safe haven for us all. Thanks, Johnny and the Skelly Pals. Please remember to take time to care for yourselves, even when it's tough, especially when it's tough. Hear, hear. Those are some wise words, Hate the Ending. And I hope you're well. Thank you very much for the super chat. Also, sorry, putting some music on, and also I just got a message from a friend with whom I was meant to be playing Kill Team tonight, but he is unwell, so we're not doing it. But also, I don't mind that because I'm quite tired. Hup. Hup. I'm going to take my jumper off. No nip slip, please. There we go. We got away with it. Oh, that's why I'm so warm. I'm wearing a long sleeve. There we go. Rob J says, I've just started making up a game board for D&D with the intent of playing in the new year. Just need to find some willing players to join. That sounds very nice. Hey, Momentos in chat saying, hello, Johnny in chat. Hello, Imogen. I hope you're really well. We're making a pub. We've got the pub's called The Dodging Pig. That's the pub sign. But then the idea is you open it up. I'm basically making a doll's house. And on the inside, it's a pub. So we're working on some decorations right now. So we've got like an orc head on a shield, like on the wall. There's a bit of taxidermy. Ditto a goblin head. And then we're going to have a pissed dwarf in the corner. But yeah. Amy says, what is that tasty looking keyboard? It's by Gamma K, Gamakay, and then this is like the bento keycap set. The control button here, you can't really see it, but it's a bowl of ramen. It's really nice. Will says, I think the natural arc of the wargamer is making a little dollhouse. Yeah, in fairness. Shows the Great and Powerful's done a super chat saying, if you were to go or go back to uni, what would you study? P.S. It's nice to have you back, Johnny. Thank you. It's nice to be back. If I went back to university, I would pick up where I left off because I was originally planning to stay in academia and do an MA and then a PhD in Old English and then just be an academic. But in between my second and third year at uni, I started doing gaming videos on YouTube. And then I worked part-time doing that during my third year and then went full-time after I graduated. And I thought to myself, I'll see where this goes. And if I'm not having a good time, then I'll do an MA and I'll get back to Old English. And here I am. So yeah, it was basically this or become a university lecturer. Which feels very weird. Smorio Suni says, Johnny, if you do come back to your uni, it's all right here now. They've revamped the street outside the humanities campus. I always liked it at King's. I mean, I had problems with some of the pastoral care toward the end. Namely, I thought my personal tutor was a bellend, and he thought I was a bellend. So we did not get on. But apart from that, I liked the Strand. I always did. But I actually haven't been on the Strand in ages. I'll go have a look and see what they've done to change it. Aha! Good. Will knows exactly what keyboard I'm using, which is very useful. Will says at King's, but why do you care about that, given that you were at Balliol College in Oxford? Of course, Will. How could I ever forget? My lovely alma mater, Balliol. Tony Rainer says, I thought you went to Oxford, Johnny. Okay, I'm going to let you in on a secret. Anytime I go to either Oxford or Cambridge, I find one of the colleges. It doesn't matter which one, it's just the first one I see. And I take a picture of it and I tweet something along the lines of, it's nice to be back. Thereby implying that I went to Oxford or Cambridge. I do this every time. In fairness, I haven't done it that many times, but I think it's very, very funny. It isn't, but I think it is. I think it's hilarious. It just makes me laugh. I had to explain it to my dad recently. He was like, what's all this nice to be back stuff in Oxford? Because obviously he knows where I went to university, and it was decidedly not Oxbridge. Yeah. The last time I did it was Balliol, when I went to Oxford on a stag do, and we were also staying in a place with a lot of like Oxford University stuff, like a pint glass from the Balliol bar, and just a mug that said Balliol. So I really milked that one, in fairness. But yeah, if you ever see me tweet, it's nice to be back, I'm pretending I went to an institution I did not attend. Yeah, no, I only applied to two universities. I applied to King's College London and University College London. I got rejected from UCL, which would have been my first choice, but then in fairness, so did literally everyone else on my course. So it all came good in the end. Actually, I'm tell a lie. There was one person on our course who got into UCL and he turned them down. And when he walked down the corridor, everyone was like, it's the chosen one. It's him, the man who got in. It was amazing. It's good fun. Ronnie gets it. Ronnie says, I mean, whenever I see my friend Cara, who is actually an Oxford graduate, I take a picture outside St Hugh's and pretend they didn't reject me, and instead I'm a successful chemist. Oh, dear. Just good fun. Smorio Suni says, oh, please, you're too good for UCL. That's kind, but that's not the way they saw it. Memento says, I got an unconditional to Uni of Birmingham. That was it. I mean, an unconditional must have felt pretty great. Right? Like, what was my offer? I think my offer was AAB. Yeah, my offer was AAB to King's. So obviously, you know, exams, quite nerve-wracking. But an unconditional... Emmy says it was terrible for my grades. I stopped caring. I was about to ask. Smorio says I'm dating someone from UCL and it's like a slightly shit Romeo and Juliet. At least you can bond over how much you both hate LSE, right? The Nice Rich says, saying it's good to be back as you arrive at any place you've never been to before is an extremely good bit, even if it's just to yourself. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad this is... I mean, there are several people who aren't going to be glad that I'm getting all of this this feedback and that the bit is only going to gain traction. I suspect one of those people is my wonderful and very patient partner. But good news. I'm glad that it's okay. And moreover, that it's funny. Anyway, yeah, I was going to ask. Emmy what it was like being in school, knowing you'd already got into uni. I think I probably would have stopped caring so much myself. So Mario Suni says, LSE, you mean lackluster sexual energy? We hated LSE, especially in the English department at King's. Because the year before I went to King's was the year the barrel run got out of hand, and a bunch of people ran into the King's department and they caused tens of thousands of damage, specifically to the English department. So we fucking hated them because our department was so run down. It was awful, like really awful. And they'd trashed it. So we fucking hated them. Emmy says, I ended up with a BCC. I couldn't give less of a toss. Fair enough. I mean, you'd already got in. They were, if anything, they were just holding you back. They should have sent you in for the last term so you could get a taste. So that was quite a big digression, but yes. Balliol. It was nice to be back. Don't know when I'm next going to either Oxford or Cambridge, but I'll try and book something in. The dream is to do it with an Ivy League university someday. Like if I ever attend one of the PAXs again, maybe. History with Character says, so can someone explain to the resident American what all this unconditional and BCC and whatnot are? I'm heckin' confused. Okay, so when you apply to a university in the UK, you get either a conditional offer, which says we will take you as long as you get these grades in your A-levels, which are like the last exams you take at school, or they give you an unconditional offer, which is basically, we love you, we want you here. Like you start in the academic year. It's for when they really want a candidate, and like they don't feel like they need to see any more in order for people to get in. Whereas BCC, basically people's A-levels, they've changed the grading ever so slightly now, but back in my day, people did between 3 and 4 A-levels. I'm sure there were some people out there who did 5, and I'm sure they let absolutely everybody know at every possible opportunity. But those were graded from A down to F, and then if you got lower than an F, it was a U or ungraded, which meant that you'd really failed the exam. So when I, for example, say I got a conditional offer of A, B, B, they wanted me there, but I had to prove that I could get an A and 2 B grades in my 3 A levels, which were English, History and Politics. So yeah, that's how that went. That's what that means, basically. Whoops. Whoa. How did... Oh, okay. History with Character says thank you. You're very welcome. Right. Let's do the eyes on this here orc. Whoopsie. I have to paint back over that. Yeah, it's going alright. And the eccentric lefty says, one of my cats just threw up behind the TV. Give me strength. Why do they always find the worst places to throw up? It was years ago now, but I will never forget it because the blind panic seared it into my memory. Luna, the cat who screams. If you're newer to the channel and you haven't heard her yet, don't worry, you will. But she once started like retching like she was going to be sick, and she was over like a multi-tap, like a long line of plugs, some of which were on, some of which were empty, but obviously if she got sick in there. So I was like, no, Luna. And I tried to steer her away. And she was like, okay, all right, fine. And then she went over to the Xbox One, which was laying down flat. So obviously the fan was like here, pointing straight up at the ceiling. And she just positioned her head over that and was like, gut. And I was like, no, not there, please. Luna, not there, please. So we compromised and she threw up on the power brick for the Xbox One. So I had to clean that up later. But it was an intense few seconds. But that was like, because Luna belonged to my partner before we got together and moved in. So I don't think I'd been living with Luna for more than a couple of months. So I was really still just like, ah. Now if Luna's retching, I'm just like on the other side of the room. I'm like, what's she do? Okay, that's why she's throwing up. That's fine. I'll get that later. She's just really worn us down. It was pretty intense. But, Whoop. Rogue Monitor says, I bet that smelled great the next time it got hot. Oh, Rogue Monitor. I didn't turn on the Xbox One. I was using the PS4. No, I cleaned it thoroughly. Don't you worry. It was a lot. Shaz the Great and Powerful says, I think I'm going to continue the age-old black tradition of not having pets. Are you sure? But we make it sound so appealing, Shaz. How could you not want a cat after all of these heartwarming tales that are popping up in chat? Chris Rakowski has done a super chat saying, when I was in secondary school, we'd taken the family PlayStation to use at a school thing, and it was in a plastic bag. Our cat at the time decided that it was the right thing to pee on. Oh, pee station. Oh no. That's awful. Ugh. I mean, plastic goes yellow after a time anyway, but that's taking the piss. Okay, I'm done now. Oh dear, Chris, that sounds like a real trial. But I hope apart from that, the cat was delightful. And I hope you're well. It's nice to see you. Thank you very much for the super chat. I'm just painting some teeth on an orc. Currently he's only got the front two done, so he looks like a nerd with a very swollen jaw. Let's fix this. Ronnie says, night 4, new cat got stressed after getting too high on catnip and pooped in the bathtub. So yeah, cats. Is that Speeds? Did Speeds poop in the bath? Monster Noodle's done another super chat saying, my old dog once threw off a load of mashed potato and almost made my brother's girlfriend puke. Said girlfriend is literally a nursery nurse. Wow. So, yeah. Wouldn't normally be prone to throwing up. That's a lot. That's intense. Wow. Yep. Hannah Axelson says, once again, I've done the mistake of having this stream on while making dinner. I'm sorry. I can never predict when it's going to go this way. Which I should be able to do, really. We've been at this long enough, haven't we? Right. Stop reading chat so much. And paint a tooth. Well, no, I mean, keep reading chat, obviously, Johnny, but... Mary201W says, hey, I'm eating dinner and I don't mind. Well, hats off to you for your iron constitution, I guess. It does seem quiet here without the kittens. Although, obviously, Watson being in recovery from some surgery makes it... means it's not dull here. But it is quiet, I'll say that much. Lou Jones says, I have you on while working and I keep zoning back in at the best moments, mainly the puke comments. I'm sorry, Lou. Hello, I hope you're well. I saw a trailer for something today that I think you'll like, actually. It's very cool. Tee hee hee, etc., etc. Obviously, none of you can hear it because I don't want to get a copyright strike. But in my right lug hole, I've got my Christmas playlist going. If you're on Spotify, you can just search "It's a Very Chiodini Christmas." It's mostly downbeat, but there are some certified bangers on there. I'm fairly confident. Actually, no, I'm not fairly confident. It's the only playlist. It's the I'm gonna put myself out there. I'm gonna say it's the best playlist you'll ever hear that transitions straight from Phoebe Bridgers into the Muppets Christmas Carol soundtrack. So, but right now I'm listening to Carol of the Bells, like do, but it's done with banjos, just a pair of banjos. It's less torturous than you'd think. Just for ages. Wild. Although I didn't know this until my partner put it on last night, but Autumn Burns Red has done a cover of the Home Alone theme, and it's a banger. Absolute banger. Santo Atheos says, is that the Spotify list we helped create last year? No, that was LSP's Do Christmas. This is my own Christmas playlist, which I've been working on for, well, not working on. Has been roughly the same for several years. There are tweaks every couple of years, but... Ooh. I saw somebody ask what's happened to Watson. She's had some routine surgery, that's all. She's also having some tests done. We get the results on Friday, but generally speaking, she is and should be fine. So there's nothing really to worry about. If anything changes on that front, I will, of course, keep you updated. But just generally speaking, she's got some stitches that we are trying not to aggravate. So, much to her chagrin, she's not allowed to go on big walks at the minute. Morag Hart has done a super chat with a smiley emoji and a smiley emoji. Together, it's sort of like a smiling and waving thing, like... Hi, Morag. It's nice to see you in chat. How are you doing? Thank you very much for the super chat. I hope you are very well. It is very nice to be back painting, I have to say. Eleanor Smith says, is she in a cone of shame? A donut of shame, actually. We have an inflatable pillow because she was not getting on with the cone. She was just miserable. So it's sort of an inflatable pillow, like a travel pillow, really. But it looks like a donut. She looks adorable in it. I would show you, but we're not picking her up at the minute because obviously stitches and all that kind of thing. So you're just going to have to imagine it. Ooh, me throat. Might be hot toddy season. Dark Absol Writer says, when my cat got stitches, he was put in an adorable bright red onesie. Okay, that sounds amazing. We do have onesies for Watson, but she hates wearing clothes. Hang on, let me see if I got a picture of her in the donut. Give me a sec. Here we go. There she is. She's in her little donut. She's doing all right. I mean, that was her a day or two after surgery. This was her when she got home. She was so stoned and so sad. I mean, right. That is the face of a dog who is just on the high grade shit. Look at that. Stoned out of her little gourd. But she's doing great, though. She's wonderful and we love her. Right, so I need to do these little... Here's how far I am with the sort of goblin's face. I want to get some detail into this wood by just really thinly putting some lines on it to sort of give it a wood grain effect. I need to do the sort of weird metal collar and the side panels, which I think I'm going to do with the classic technique of painting them silver and then covering them in a black contrast paint, just to make them look a bit diff. Whoops, knocking shit over now. So welcome back to Non-Binary Person looks through a box of paints, trying to find a particular paint. Today we're sort of vibing it, this episode. I need a couple of brown paints, but I'm not sure which ones. I'm not sure which ones have dried up. Like, here's some Xandri dust. Has it dried up? Maybe. We could probably do with this one. Classic, Beastly Brown. We also need a metallic, so we'll get that out. There we go. There's silver. Now let's find Black Templar. Black Templar is one of the paints I end up looking for a lot on this show, and it normally takes quite a while to find. Is that it? No. Is this it? No. How about this one? No. But... Nope. Oh, Christ. It's turning into an anthology episode. Do they still do that? Like, I'm mostly asking the Nice Witch here. Do they still do like an EastEnders omnibus? Do they like show all of them in like one go? Okay, that's the third or fourth time I've picked up Space Wolves Grey now, so I'm just going to put it there. Oh, Buddy Wrongleg says, given the containers, isn't this more of a bottle episode? Oofed! Oh, very good. Contrast Wildwood. That was great, that was. Targor Rage Shade. Athonian Camo Shade. What is going on? If someone snuck into my house and drunk all of my contrast paints, I shall be concerned for their well-being. Rattling Grime. Blamplar. There we go. Well, that was an adventure. Goodness me. Oh. Okay. The Nice Witch says, oh, I think on a Sunday on BBC Three you can watch them all. Okay, there we go. Emma Benton says, okay, but where's the pale sand? Right here on my palette, Emma. We've already used pale sand. It's on the teeth. On the teeth of this orc. Will says, I didn't want to say, but yes, I have. Forgive me, for I have drunk all the contrast paint that was in the paint box. This is to say, I have drunk the contrast paint that was in the paint box, and that you were probably saving to help paint your little pub. Forgive me. It was delicious. So high in pigment, so good at flowing into the cracks. It's nice to be back. Ebrel506 says, what about forbidden Nutella for hair? It's an orc. He's bald. Forgive me. It was delicious. Oh dear. Oh, that's way too much metal. Which means we may... Right, I'm going to paint the collar on this on this orc and these bits. And then we're going to switch to here because there's plenty of metal on these two things. We need to use up some of this metal paint that I've just smashed onto the onto the palette. Oh, I missed a super chat. Will says, I think Plums in Icebox, but about drinking paint is the most ham cave poem. You're goddamn right. Claire de Bear has done a super chat saying, any word on your Christmas snack video? So, firstly, thank you very much, Claire de Bear, for the delightful package you sent through to the PO box. It was gratefully received. Watson went absolutely bananas for the toy, which is very loud. TBD, basically. I'm slightly worried we're not going to get that snack video out for Christmas because, number one, it's already December and everyone gets obscenely busy in December, and number two is it's become a bit harder to coordinate days with Joe Scrabbles because he's moved out of London, or rather, he doesn't live so close to me now. So we need to smash our calendars together. So I think we may have to do beige party food in the new year, but we'll do it ASAP because, if anything, just after the festive period is the perfect time to do a video about weird beige oven foods because people will have hopefully just been reminded of their favourites. I mean, I don't have any favourites because, like I say, I've never actually been at an oven beige like party. We lived so far away from my school friends when I was a child, and my parents didn't really have friends that would come over in that capacity that we never really did it. So there we go. Ah, Smorio Senior says, also, Johnny, can I commend Legacy of Dragons? Amazing stuff so far. Thank you. It's been really fun. There's some stuff that I'm genuinely really proud of in there, which is nice. The Nice Rich says, oh my god, that reminds me, the Christmas meal deals at the reputable supermarket I work at are absolutely mad. Individual pork pies with stuffing in a meal deal? As in, like, the sandwich lunchy meal deal guy? That is very odd. There is a reputable supermarket near me where its meal deal is off the wall as well. Instead of crisps, you can get like 2 Baby Bell. It just feels very strange. Also, instead of crisps, you can get a Scotch egg, which on top of a sandwich feels like good value, but too much. You know? Just feels a little bit weird. Anyway, right, that's the silver done now. So let's use up some of this on this axe, which I may use a contrast paint on later to change the colour of. We'll see how we go. Aiden Folks is on a super chat saying, Goblin mode, word of the year. Thoughts? So, right. Will says all in caps, they got the definition wrong. This is the thing, right? I never really... Casper DC says you can get a Scotch egg from the co-op too. That's what I was thinking. I was talking about the co-op. Not the same. Not the other reputable supermarket. Anyway, yeah, Goblin mode, right? Here are my thoughts on it, Aiden. I didn't fully understand Goblin mode until I saw this news. Because I was like, when people are like, I'm going full Goblin mode, I was like, what is that? Is that just when people get like really like overexcited and gross and la 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 la? And I was like, it sounds quite annoying. It sounds like if people are like, oh, I'm in Goblin mode, it's one of those things where they're like, oh, look at me, like, watch out, I'm gonna get you. Or like, you know, people who are still doing Gollum impressions 20 years on. That sort of thing. So I was a bit like, basically, I don't really understand what this is, and I don't think I shall be engaging with it. But now that I know that the word of the year definition is hotly contested. I've found out what actually it should be, which is to say, because I think they've written it up as like being really lazy, like you're in goblin mode, you're really lazy, when apparently it's not that. It's sort of more, it's full chaos. It is, as I saw Anna Hollinrake, who is a phenomenal artist and person, on Twitter define it. I believe they said that goblin mode for them is wearing 3 jumpers and eating salami straight from the packet under a big blanket. That I can get. That I understand. So, like, this is, I'll be honest with you, this is a new concept for me. I'm playing catch up, but it sounds brilliant. How do I feel about it being the word of the year? That feels, and I appreciate that I'm coming to this very late, but that to me feels contrary to the concept of goblin mode. Goblin mode is not a thing to be the thing of the year. It is not to go full, like, this is not a place of honour meme about it, but being in goblin mode isn't something you necessarily celebrate. It is something that just sort of happens and you allow to happen. You know, it's not like what are your plans on Friday. It's like I'm preparing to go goblin mode. Like, goblin mode is a thing that moves through you. So then being like, we're here to commemorate going goblin mode, it's like, that doesn't work. I feel like goblin mode is a mode in which one finds oneself. Is that about right? Is that about right? I hope so. Trans Gamer noticed on a super chat saying they didn't start it by Trans Gamer noticed 27 on a super chat saying, "Hi Johnny, hi chat. Couple of updates on life. I got my girlfriend into mini painting and we're looking to get into Age of Sigmar together. She likes Skaven and I like the Gravelords. Also, a paper shredder blew up in my face last week, burning my face and hair. Doing okay now, but it was an anxious weekend. Bloody hell. One of those things is great. One of those things is objectively awful. I hope you're okay. Suffice to say, I hope your face is all right and that there's no lasting damage. That must have been quite scary. I didn't know shredders could do that. I mean, obviously they're not supposed to do that, but that is quite a surprising and unpleasant thing to have happen to you, I am sure. So, yeah, lots of love. I hope you're all right. Hail Skaven Blight, needless to say. Yikes. But yeah, I'm glad that you're going to get into Age of Sigmar together. I suspect you'll have a lot of fun. Right, so that's a bit more silver used up. There's still shitloads on the palette, but that's okay. Do we need a second pass on the orc? Probably. Why not, eh? The nicer it says, orc mode is like when... orc mode is when, like, meat is back on the menu. It is! You know, that's orc mode. Desiring meat and discovering that it's back on the menu. Which is interesting because, you know, one half, it makes them sound like, you know, party boys who love meat and, like, you know, they care about the menu of their restaurants and they, you know, they have favourite items and they want them to return and blah, 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 blah. Or it makes them sound like Piers Morgan-esque dickheads who complain when something is vegan for attention. To be like, I'm outraged that there's a vegan option of this popular thing and that people are enjoying it. I'm going to start a campaign to let everyone know how much of a wanker I am. That was like a not insubstantial part of like his year at one point. It's just like, I'm going to campaign against the fact that vegans can also have a sausage roll. What a cock. And by cock, I mean something else. I am. Face is almost fully healed, and besides needing a haircut to cut off the damaged bits, I'm doing okay. Things are mostly superficial. Okay, I'm glad you're all right. And I hope the haircut's cute. I hope you're enjoying it. So I'm going to have some more water. I've got a bit of a scratchy throat. I think I might have a cold coming on because everyone's got it. Danilla Dragon says, I'm back, Skellies. Had to have the kid get her homework done. Had to help the kid get her homework done. What did I miss? Here's how the orc head's looking. We're going to put some black Templar on the silvery bits, and then I'm just going to highlight the face and then call that done. Oh, I'm also going to do some wood effect stuff down here. I put too much silver on my palette, so we've also started painting these bits. Ooh. There's plenty more we could be using this for. Because I happen to know that Bugman has some armor bits here. This is a Citadel fine cast model, which obviously is not ideal because I fucking hate them. They're a pain in the ass to sculpt and paint. Well, not sculpt, to build and paint. But I picked this up when I went to Warhammer World for the first time in my little life earlier this year. It's a Warhammer World exclusive, and he's going to go in the pub. So that'll be nice. This is very rough, but it doesn't have to be perfect because it's only base painting. I'll paint the pipe, although I suspect I'll not make it metal. In fact, I'll just do a couple of bits. Do the silver rim. Excuse me, wow. Fizzy water, hey. Making an appearance. Okay. That looks bad, but we'll make it look okay later. Weekend Mini says, does anyone know if Johnny's given any updates on the Hot Bobs League? I'm through to the semi-finals. Haven't set a date for the semi-final yet. Christmas tournament's in under 2 weeks, which is a sevens tournament. It's just a one-day thing, and it's very, very silly and very fun. And that's about it. Moriax42 says, what about Hobbit mode, where you have a nice 11s and sit by the fire and smoke? That actually sounds quite nice. Oh, I forgot about that. I got a message earlier when I was talking about Luna nearly throwing up into the Xbox One about the time she sprayed vomit from the very top of the cat tree. I'd forgotten about that. It's horrible. It was horrible. It was really awful. Right. Oh, I was listening to that playlist on Shuffle. I didn't want to listen to that on Shuffle. Nonsense. Monster Noodle's done another super chat saying, today one of my heroes saw my Twitter and the words vampiric shitmonk in my bio. I'm starstruck but also cringing and unsure how to feel about it. Own that shit. If you think vampire shitmonk is an apt thing to have in your bio, good. I'm glad they got a sense of your sense of humour, actually. I'd much rather that sort of thing, like, than, you know, my main loves are anime and tits and guns, and if you don't like it, move. My pronouns are fuck and you, that kind of thing. To be honest with you, if I saw vampiric shitmonk in someone's bio, I'd find it mildly comforting. Sometimes you just see a bio and you're like, I think that person's alright, actually. And I reckon vampiric shitmonk, yeah, if I saw that, I'd be like, fair play. Noodle says, for reference, the person I'm talking about is a famous Egyptologist. Listen, they spend a lot of their time thinking about how when you die, your heart goes on a scale, and if you've been bad, a hippo eats it. Or a hippo-headed figure, rather. I think they can handle vampiric shitmonk. I bet it raised a sensible chuckle. There. There we go, there's a Black Templar on the Orc. Its armour panels. The nice switch says Egyptologists love vampiric chipmunks. It's like their whole thing. Exactly! You should be celebrating this one as a win, I reckon. Oh wow. The famous Egyptologist who found the mummy of Nefertiti. That's pretty impressive. It's alright. You're doing fine. Oof. Oh, Will says my Black Templar on an Orc still hasn't been dispatched. That sounds rubbish. I like that model. It's very cool. Can I also just say I'm very proud of chat for not making a joke along the lines of, wow, they found Nefertiti's mummy, what was her name? Because that would have been disrespectful and disappointing, you know? Right. I've just mixed a bit of pale sand in with the green I was using. We're just going to do some little highlights. That was too much. That's a bit better. Batty Wrongleg says we keep those thoughts under wraps. Boo! Wizboom88 says, any thoughts on or intentions to check out Darktide being tabletop adjacent? I plan to. It's also on Game Pass. I loved Vermintide. I didn't play as much Vermintide 2, but I also really enjoyed that. So yes, I plan to check it out. I've just been quite busy. But when I've got some time, I'm absolutely going to throw myself into it. Aiden Folk says all I can think of is carry on screaming and frying tonight. Very good. People seem to like Darktide though, which is nice. I have high hopes. What do you want, Scout? Scout? Having a strong opinion about something. Exactly what? I don't know. Right. That's sort of where we are with the face. I think what I want to do is just put a brighter red into the eyes there, because they look a little bit... Nyeh. And then maybe one final tiny highlight. Serenity Moon 1976 says, Darktide is fun, but definitely not quite stable yet. Okay. Oh, jumper's going back on. I'm cold. Titan Uranus says, I guess dead eyes would make sense for a decapitated head. Yeah. Yeah. I still want to do their slightly brighter red. The Remy K says, I played a few hours of Darktide with friends via Game Pass. We had several people crash out several times per mission, but they were replaced by a bot and could rejoin when they relaunched the game. That sounds like That sounds familiar anyway from the early days of Vermintide and Vermintide 2. Will says I quite like the idea of the Orc or Goblin being alive and just working a shift with their head through a hole. I love it. Let's get the vermilion out. Let's do this right. Yeah, it's a bit more vibrant. Here we go, it's a bit better. I mean, it's hard to tell on camera, but I promise you it's a bit better. Right. Oh, a couple of super chats have just swung in. Alex Simpkin is on super chat saying, "Hey Johnny and Skellies, after the events of the previous Oxventure, is it safe to say that Merylwen is at least chaotic evil? I can neither confirm nor deny." Obviously, we're trying to avoid spoilers for anyone who hasn't caught up because there's a lot of Oxventure to watch. But no, it still doesn't fit with me, I don't think. We can absolutely joke about it, but I think it's the way Ellen plays Merylwen. It is some strong true neutral energy. But I don't know. She's just... I mean, obviously she's terrifying and she's done some heinous things. But then I don't know. It's weird, but I kind of feel like alignment stuff is more for the players to make the call on than the DM. Like, obviously, it's weird if a character acts too far out of their alignment. But then also, characters can change. Most of the times I've heard about a DM going, your alignment is now this, is when they're not punishing somebody, but they're making a real comment being like, you've done this one too many times now, actually, and now you're this. Basically what I'm trying to say is I don't really pay much attention to alignment stuff. It's good for memes, but apart from that, I'm not that fussed. So... Iffy has done a super chat saying, "Hello, my D&D campaign is coming to an end after almost 2 years, but that means I have to wrap things up in a satisfying manner. Any tips you can give?" Give them time to reflect among themselves and to talk things over. Because I think it's always quite nice, either before like a big thing, even if the characters don't know the end is coming, sort of the players do, and it does factor in a little bit. They will have some sort of, you give them opportunity. More often than not, they will have a couple of conversations where they're like, so here we go then, this is really happening, and blah, 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 blah. And I think those moments are nice. Let those moments breathe. Don't rush them, And, God, when was the last time I ran a campaign that finished? Rather than fizzling out. I don't know. What else would I say? It depends on how the tone of your campaign, you'll know this better than me, but like I would say don't artificially make it huge just because it's the ending. Like, I think if people try and go too epic, then like actually the nuance can be lost a little bit. Oh, Anonymous says you finished the Dice Breakers campaign. Yeah, true. Yeah, I guess we finished that one. But yeah, just let them have their moments in the sun, basically, and don't feel like you have to do something huge. Because it'll feel meaningful anyway, because it's the end of something that they've put 2 years into. So don't feel like you have to make it like... They don't have to be standing in the ruins of a smoking city like it's the end of an Avengers film, you know? Just gonna put some like streaks of different browns in here to try and build up a sense of wood, like grain. Hannah Axelson has done a super chat saying, have you ever let your partner colour in your tattoos when they're feeling down? You know, if they need a shoulder to crayon. Hannah! Hannah never misses. Hannah never misses. Damn it. And to answer your question, no. But also they've done a lot of these tattoos, so... They've had their time drawing on my skin. Hannah! Hannah says, you're welcome. Oft. Tanya Rainer says, I'm in awe. You're all as bad as each other, really, aren't you? Shoulder to crayon. Wow, it's safe to say I do not know what I'm doing when it comes to painting wood grain. It's kind of going all right. Looks plank adjacent. I'm going to call that done, actually, that head. There we go. That'll go on the wall. Let's go do the goblin, then. I'm actually going to shade the goblin's head. With some Athonian Camel shade. Ian Smith says, is it awkward to paint such small detail? Boo. Boo. History of Character says, okay, as much fun as I'm having, I've been hit by the fatigue train. Gonna go take a lunchtime nap. Enjoy your nap, History with Character. I bloody love a nap, especially a lunchtime nap. So yeah, do enjoy it. I'm going to take a 5 to 7 minute break shortly anyway, because I need a wee. Athonian camo shade, gonna put it on the goblin's head. Not too much, nor too little. Wisboom88 says no Wobbletron. Wobbletron's broke, mate. Wobbletron is not working, which is annoying. Oops, I forgot to shut the Black Templar. Poor Wobbletron. You know what? It's a little bit early to do it, but let's have a 5-7 minute break because I really need a wee. And well, that's all the justification I need, isn't it? So, you know the drill by now. I'm going to go away for 7 minutes. Well, you can do what you want, really. If there's anything you need to do, like go get some water, or if you're too hot or too cold, or you need a stretch, or anything like that, go do that. And then we'll reconvene in 5 to 7 minutes, and we can crack on. If you aren't going anywhere, don't worry. Here's some smooth jazz and a picture of my dog. So be right back. Hello. I'm back, look. Here I am. And you're there, look. Wherever you are. Let's crack on, I guess. Do a little stream. Do a little painting. Is that all dried out? No, that's good. Okay, I'll bear that in mind for later. What are we doing? We were working on a goblin's head. That's what we were up to. Come on, brain. Words. They're the things that come out your mouth. You're doing it right now. Just choose better ones. Here's some better ones. Eleanor Smith has done a super chat saying, any advice on what RPG I can use to run a murder mystery story for my 13-year-old cousin? She prefers realistic and modern settings, and I prefer something I can create unique stories with that's easy to teach. All right. Chat, pitch in on this one. Firstly, Eleanor, thank you very much for the super chat. Hello, it's nice to see you. Thank you for being in chat and for supporting the channel. Second, great question. I think a 13-year-old could easily handle... Well, Ian Smith says, I'd slightly suggest World of Darkness core system. I've not played World of Darkness, so I'm not sure. I reckon Savage Worlds is probably a good... at least jumping off point to have a look at what is out there. Because the idea behind the Savage World system, you've got a poly set of dice. You always roll a d6. You always roll another die. And the size of that die from d4 to d12 determines how good you are at that thing. And all of the skills are very straight down the line. There's persuasion, there's intimidation, there's shooting, there's riding, there's throwing, there's investigate, there's notice, that kind of thing. So it's very easy to pick up, but it's also like it's just a very simple game to run, and so like there are quite a few games that sort of have investigative bents that are run off Savage Worlds. There's like, I mean, Deadlands is run off it, and that's often an investigative game. But there's like Deadlands Noir. I think Achtung Cthulhu is run off Savage Worlds. Will suggests Urban Shadows, the Gumshoe system, Call of Cthulhu. And if you think your teenager is a particularly interesting type of one, Unknown Armies. You could do Monster of the Week, you know. So, like, obviously Monster of the Week, from the name and everything, is very monster-based. And, you know, that is certainly true. Like, you go hunt monsters, but... it's all about finding out what it is, what it wants, where it is, what weaknesses, if any, it has. And there are some really interesting things where, like, when you roll, you can earn, depending on how well you roll, you can earn questions that you ask the narrator, storyteller, I think they might be called in that. And it's really good for, like... for that kind of like investigative thing. Like, I've only played it once, but when we played it, we were like, what the hell is this thing? We had a character who rolled quite high and was allowed to ask questions about the monster or the whatever it was. It doesn't have to be a monster, you know, it could be a murder mystery, and it could just be a murderer. You could just stat up a murderer and have them behave mechanically in the same way a monster does in relation to the players. It's a great system. Character creation is brilliant as well. I'd recommend having a look at that. I think a 13-year-old would enjoy it because, like, A, like the Nice Witch says, could be a monster, could just be a little guy, like this little goblin. It's really good for intrigue and uncovering information and all that kind of thing, and getting ready for a showdown in whatever form that takes. But also, like, it really rewards lateral thinking and those sorts of questions that you get from teens and from younger people. So you've now had, from keeping an eye on chat, a lot of stuff thrown at you. So I hope you find something. Do let us know. But yeah, I hope that helps. Basically, there's lots. Not Dungeons and Dragons. Because that is at its heart a combat game. Characters are defined and unique chiefly by what they can do in a combat situation. An investigation presupposes you'll fight whatever it is. There it is. Emma says, Venton says, because I'm about to take mine, remember your meds if you haven't already. There, I'm having water. Johnny! Thank you, Emma, that's all I wanted. I'm having a beer. Eleanor says, that's a big help, thanks. Hooray! Good luck! I haven't run anything in a while. Well, apart from D&D for my job. But I was planning to run some Monster of the Week for my neighbours. I haven't got round to it yet, but I'd really like to. Right. So, Goblin's Head. What I'm actually going to do... What were the browns I was using? It was some Rhinox hide. I'm going to do the wood background to this one first. The tree. The nice switch says, what happened to the goblin body? Sorry, I'm very hung up over this. I think it's still on a sprue, you know. Let me show you. I'll dig it out and I'll show you. Hey kid, do you want to see? Do you want to see a decapitated goblin body? Where is it? Oh, it's back here. It just came off one of these. I've got. This is going to be a long-term kit bashing project. I've got some goblin sprues, well, orc sprues, and I've got an imperial nobility sprue. And I'm going to make a goblin team that's pretending to be imperial nobility, so there'll be imperial knobs, which is a good Warhammer joke if you're into that sort of thing. Or it's a bad Warhammer joke if you're into thinking critically. So I've tried to put outline some planks there. And then what we'll do Will says Goblin Head is what I call my redacted, and the nice witch quite reasonably says Mum, or Ma'am rather. Will stole my redacted joke before I got to make one. Well, you know that's Sarah's thing. It's quite nice to have this this sort of wood effect, or attempt at wood effect thing going on. Shit, that's too broad. I'm going to change brushes. Visible Wizard says, I like this community a lot. Hooray! Thank you, Visible Wizard. Thank you for being a part of it. Okay. What I was going to say was it's quite good that I'm getting to practice doing sort of floorboard effects before I try and paint some floorboards on a pub. I'm excited. What a time to be alive. I mean, that's true anyway. Fucking hell, what a time to be alive, hey? It's a little bit messy. I'll try harder when it's the other guy thing. What did I do with that one? I put in a couple of bits of Mornfang Brown. I quite like it as it is though. So I'm going to do one last highlight once that's dried. Start making goblin head jokes, chat. You're funnier than that. That's some low-hanging fruit right there. And in before anyone jokes about low-hanging fruit being genitals. Come on. Come on. The bar. Keep it up. In before anyone jokes about keeping it up. All of you queuing up to say I'm not better than that. Fine. The thing is you are, because you're actually funny. There you go. Sort of wood panelling. I'll be honest, it looks like a striped blazer now, but I think that's because there's so much of that random black edge there. Emma Benton says the bar is in hell. The bar could not be lower. Okay. All right. Well, as long as you're all determined to live there, I suppose there's nothing I can do to stop you. Matt K. Fry Guy says, Johnny, as a Warhammer noob, which video game would you recommend to get into the world? It's entirely up to you, really. I mean, it depends heavily on what kind of video game you like. I'm not going to recommend you Total War Warhammer if you hate Total War games. My gateway was Warhammer The End Times Vermintide, because I really like co-op games, and it was just fun to run around swinging an axe and shield and kill a bunch of Skaven. That's what got me curious about the Skaven. So when my friend said we might try Warhammer, I was like, all right. But it's up to you, really, because there are so many different worlds. Well, so many different games in Warhammer that are then represented in video games. Sidebar, aren't I being good by not just saying Blood Bowl immediately? But it's about what appeals to you, because like there's Necromunda Hired Gun, which is set in Necromunda. There is Space Marine, a classic, which is set very much in 40k, like as a wider thing. There's Darktide, which is again 40k, is also co-op. There's loads basically. So just shop around and see what appeals to you. Meanwhile, Septimus 1026 has done a super chat saying, what do you call a goblin that loves to work in the kitchen? A hobgoblin. I enjoyed that, Septimus. Thank you very much. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the lovely joke. Thank you for generally just for being here. Also, Good Luck or a Quick Death has done a super chat. Super chat is blank, because Good Luck or a Quick Death is a stoic individual, but also still very much appreciated. Thank you, Good Luck or a Quick Death. I hope you are well. And Brian Schoner has done a super chat saying, sorry, Brian, I'm not going to read that out. I appreciate the super chat and I appreciate your presence in the community, but I reserve the right to not read certain things out, and that's one of them. It's just personal preference. It's not a judgment on anyone. Painting a goblin's eye. Da, 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 da. Goblin's actually going quite well. I prefer it so far to the orc. I think they'll both look handsome above the fire. Jack Wood says, if you like XCOM and Catholics who worship machines, then Mechanicus might be for you. I've downloaded but not started that game. It looks fun. The Nice Witch says, I hope the goblin and the orc kiss. They probably don't, unfortunately, because of the way their sort of hierarchy works, which is sad. But then also could give way to like a touching story about forbidden love. So who am I to say no? Am I going to pick them up and make them kiss now? No, I'm not. But still. After all, the Nice Witch says, that's just something I hope all the time, not necessarily stream related. Aw. You're a good one. You are a good one, the Nice Witch. Will says they probably don't kiss on account of being nailed to opposite walls of a pub. Yeah, fair. Lucas says, is Juliet the orc or the goblin? A good question. I would say the Capulets have more of a goblin energy than the Montagues. Mostly because they just throw a big party. And goblins seem like they throw weird little parties. But then, I don't know, orcs probably like to party as well. It's hard to tell. Shakespeare was lucky not to have to contend with this shit when coming up with Romeo and Juliet. There, I said it. Megan M has done a super sticker. The super sticker is of a lemon person. A person who is a lemon. Basically, if you imagine a lemon, but a lemon's got a face and arms and legs, and is doing sort of a jaunty, like, bum side to side, like dance wiggle. That's what this lemon person's doing. It's charming, actually. It's very nice. They seem to be having a nice time, and I wish them well. Very wholesome. Thank you, Megan. Megan. Alex Simpkins says, is meat on the menu at the Capulet party? Possibly. The question is, if it is, was it previously not? Or has it always been on the menu at the Capulet party? There we go. Little goblin face. One sec. Aha. Okay. Okay. Cool. So I just got an email about our heating, which should work soon. Hopefully. In fact, what is that I hear? Oh, I thought I heard the heating coming on. I'm not sure. Ah, Matt K. Fry Guy says, next to the RKG boys, I think Johnny would be my favourite choice to go for a pint for out of all my streamer people. That's very nice. I can confirm the RKG lot are fun to go for a pint with. Top choice, frankly. Just give me 1 second. I'm just going to go see if the radiator's coming on. Uh-oh. Yes! Oh shit, I've knocked over a bunch of stuff. Oh fuck. 1 sec, chat. We've got heating. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's a relief. Oh. Phew. Heating. Sorry. Oh, good. I mean, I'm a winter person, but it was cold even for me. I've had a real scratchy throat. Just 'cause it's been so cold in here. Oh, good. All right. Oh, Monk's in chat and says, can confirm Johnny is good at pints. Yeah, I am. Like a nice pint. How you doing, Monk? We're making... There's a little goblin head on a taxidermy shield. I've got a little orc head on a taxidermy shield. That box I talked to you about, I didn't end up using. I bought this one. I made it into a pub sign. It's the Dodging Pig. And... Oops. When I open it up, there's a hinge so it stays open. Once I'm done with the orc and the goblin, I'm going to paint up Joseph Bugman, who's going to be drunk in the corner. But I've got metal tape here, which I'm going to put down. I'm going to paint it wood effect and varnish it, and then wood floor, but metal floor, so my minis will adhere to it. So there we go. It is going well. I was also very, very pleased with this paint job. This is the first thing I've painted that isn't a miniature in 21 years. So, right. What were we doing? Got a couple of bits of metal to do up on the gobbo. And then I'm always tempted to glaze a little bit of pink onto the nose of a goblin, but it always looks rubbish when I do it and brilliant when other people do it. So, we'll see. Let's just do... Oops. This little... Oops. Oh no, that's too watery. Oh god. Right, so we've got a large amount of silver paint. Smug Borgin says, we doing dioramas now? Why, what do you want, my lunch money? Yeah, we're doing dioramas. Well, it's a carry case. Little Doll's House is how I prefer to refer to it. The joke's on you, I've already had lunch, so I've already spent my lunch money. Is that an earring? It is now. Sure, why not? Cool. Chaos says, evening all, how's things? Dying from a horrible cold here. I think there's really something doing the rounds, Kay. I appreciate that you and I live quite far apart from one another, but yeah, my partner's not very well, nor is my neighbour. I've got a suspiciously scratchy throat. It's cold and flu season, all right, isn't it? Right, where's Emperor's Children? There it is. Oh no, that's full grim pink. All right. The nicer it says, lunch money is spent, but the option to hit the books out of Johnny's hands is still available. Oh my god, that used to be the most annoying thing in the world, especially when it was lever arch files. Because if they got hit at the right point, it would just spring open and suddenly you're putting an entire year's worth of stuff back in. Ugh. Drewman says, how about we don't make light of bullying, yeah? Mate, I was bullied at school. I'm not making light of it. Don't think it's fair to say I'm condoning bullying by joking about it. That was all firmly tongue-in-cheek, including the stuff that I read out from the rest of chat, so... I think there are lots of things I could be accused of being on this channel, but a jock asshole is not one of them. Like, of course I was bullied at school. Like, of course I was. Are you kidding? Alright, the goblin now has a pink nose. I've overdone it, as per. It's okay, I think. That's alright. Vivian K is on a super chat, which is very nice. Says, Johnny, that painting of the pub sign looks absolutely incredible. Also nice to see you live again. I haven't been able to for a while. Thank you very much. That is very kind. I'm actually quietly very pleased with that pub sign. It was a scary thing to do, but also it kind of came out well, and I did it all by myself, which was, yeah, very quietly rewarding. So that's the gobbo. I'm going to call the gobbo done. Don't think it needs much more. But yeah, thanks. Shows the Great and Powerful has done a super chat saying, just a reminder, you are all deserving of love, which is absolutely true. Emma Benton says, no one will care about this, but YouTube changed the typeface on the title of videos, and I've been trying to identify it, and I think I just did. It's been bothering me since they changed it. Yeah, I'll tell you what they've also changed, which has been really bothering me. Even though I know nobody goes to channel pages. Nobody types in youtube.com/Johnny Chiodini. No one does that. People just search for stuff and then they find the video they want. But it's split out on a YouTube channel page. It's split out videos from live. So it's like videos. And it's like, okay, great. Because I stream twice a week. That's a nice feed for all of my streams. And the live, the videos on demand to be put in together as a nice melange, and all the different coloured thumbnails look pleasant. No, now they're like, here are your uploads. So it's just episodes of Preston Chiodini, and they're like, oh, the live tab, yeah, that's where you can find proportionally 2/3 of the stuff on this fucking channel. It's really annoying. It's really annoying. Like, the perceived wisdom has for a long time been, people don't look at channel pages, don't worry that much about it. But, like, I do. That's how I fucking navigate YouTube. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, the separation thing is rubbish. Curse you, YouTube. Right. Let's paint Joseph Bugman. He's a dwarf with a pub. A dwarf with a pub. He's Joseph Bugman. A dwarf with a pub. A dwarf with a brewery, to be precise, but you know what I mean. And according to Games Workshop, he should end up looking like this, which looks, I'm not going to lie, something about his face looks horrible. So I'm hoping it doesn't look like that. In fact, I saw this miniature when I was at Warhammer World, and I was like, oh, Joseph Bugman! And then I was like, oh, I don't like that sculpt at all, it looks hideous. And then, underneath the till, they had one that had been painted by someone. I was like, oh, that's beautiful, and I want to buy one. You know? No offence to whoever painted this, but I think it looks dire. Will says, is there like a filter on that or something? It looks like shit. Yeah, it does. I don't like it. So anyway, hopefully I can do a better job. Jack Wood says, oh god, I forgot about the shit-faced dwarf. Hello, Jack. How could you forget about the shit-faced dwarf? I was about to say the shit-faced dwarf hasn't forgot about you, but it's a shit-faced dwarf. It probably has. Because already I've put some paint on that and it doesn't look harrowing. I don't know. Everyone paints in their own distinct way, you know? That's fine. Oops. Not sure what bit that is. I'm just gonna paint it. Cheerful Spider has done a super chat saying Happy Monday. That is a cheerful thing for a spider to be saying. Thank you very much, Cheerful Spider. It's good to see you. I hope you're well. I am having quite a happy Monday, actually. Despite the fact it's, you know, a Monday. Actually, I hate Tuesdays. Tuesday's my least favourite day of the week. What was I going to say? Don't know. Brain's gone sideways. Rob J says the wife has just woken up from a well-deserved nap. Can you say hello before I go, please? Hello before I go, please. Hello, Rob J's wife. I hope your nap was tremendous, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Same goes for you, Rob. Not that you had a nap, but you know what I mean. I've got nothing. My brain's gone blank. Oh, that's right. Mondays. Mondays are alright. I fucking hate Tuesdays. Because Monday, everyone's like, no, it's Monday. And you there's a sense of almost camaraderie where you're like, yeah, stupid Monday, bleh. But then when you get to Tuesday, everyone's like, oh, I got to knuckle down now. It's got to do some work. It's like, but, you know, so no one's having fun. Everyone's just like, oh, it's Tuesday, we're doing work now. Which is exactly the same reason I love Thursdays. Because on a Friday, everyone's like, woo, it's Friday. And if you've actually got work to do, that's quite annoying. But on Thursday, if you have a bit of fun, that feels naughty. And you're like, heh, I'm having unsanctioned Thursday fun. Basically, the fun you have on a Thursday is more fun than the fun you have on a Friday. And the despair you feel on a Tuesday is 1,000 times worse than the despair you feel on a Monday. Guess what I'm saying is I feel emotions at a greater intensity when I'm not part of a massive crowd feeling them, but when I'm feeling them on my own. The Nice Rich says, my schedule is back to front, so my weekend starts on a Tuesday and then it's back on Friday, so I feel absolutely mint on a Monday night and devoid on a Thursday. That is different. Corvus Albright has done a super chat saying, at Trans Gamer Nerd 27. Hi, friend. So I guess what I'm saying here is, hey, Trans Gamer Nerd 27. Corvus Albright says, hi, friend. Thanks for the super chat, Corvus. I'm glad I could be involved in the conversation. A very tiny moth says, Johnny or the chat, do you like riddles, and consequently would you like to hear one? I mean, sure, why not? I don't love them, but at the same time, it kind of feels against the rules if someone says, wouldst thou like to hear a riddle, and you reply, no. It just seems mean-spirited, doesn't it? So, yeah, go for it. Let's have one. While I continue to puzzle out Joseph Bugman. I think this is a fur trim. So we'll do that. And also in here. And under there. Cheeky little fur trim trying to hide from me. Oh no, we've reached the point in the stream where I'm talking to the model as if it's a scamp or an urchin. The one who made me does not want me. The one who bought me does not need me. The one who uses me does not know me. What am I? Medicine for an unconscious horse. That's my one guess. It's medicine for an unconscious horse. There's a coffin, isn't it? The nicer it says, someone please save this horse. No! Who says the horse doesn't deserve to be unconscious? When I was away during the week writing, at one point, there were three of us there, all hammering away on our respective keyboards, getting loads done, and then a horse just went down the road, and we were like, ugh, a horse. So I felt like I was in good company. Fucking horses. That is too dilute, that paint. I'll have to do a second coat. But that's fine. Question is, what colour do we want the... Oh, Dark Reaper, there we go, that'll do. I was going to say, what colour should we do the cloak? And then Dark Reaper was right here. Neko the Kitty says, hey Johnny and LSPs, would have been here sooner but had to take an awful client meeting. Professional adulting is hard, yo. So I'm here to watch paint and be chill. Sorry that it's been a trying day so far, but hello, welcome aboard. Let's paint. We're making stuff for a tiny pub with a pot of Dark Reaper that won't close properly. Let's send that paint to Paint Hospital in a bit. Sort it out. May as well paint the back even though it's getting glued to something. Just pays to be thorough. Painting off screen again. Corey Omaleus on a super chat saying, absolutely failed at the interview I asked for good luck on, but I did a much better job on a different interview I had a couple of days later. Hopefully I get the job. Well, I'm sorry that you weren't happy with your performance in the first one, but it sounds like it was a very good springboard for the next one. So yeah, fingers crossed you get it. Nice work doing both, frankly. Interviews are always very stressful, so to have two back-to-back in such a short space of time is no trivial matter. Well done you. And yeah, keeping everything crossed for you about the second one. As for the first one, fuck it. It's happened now. Chalk it up to experience. Sounds like you've already moved on from it, so great. A nice job. Oh, and thank you for the super chat. There it is. Cheerful Spider's done another super chat saying, I just remembered Dwarf Fortress comes out on Steam tomorrow. If you've not played it, I can't recommend it enough. It's deeply absurd. I've been aware of Dwarf Fortress for a very long time, and I've never taken the plunge, partly because of the complexity, but also I'm aware that this version has... It's no longer in like ASCII art, and it's got a tutorial and everything. So I tell you what, I probably won't dive straight into it for a stream. That sounds like asking for trouble. But what I might do is give it a while, then if I like it, I'll stream it. It sounds like fun. I'd like a dark red, ideally. That's not it. Welcome back to a non-binary person that looks through paints and that. Today we're looking for a paint that is called terracotta. Whenever I use it, I always go, because it never comes out quite like I thought it was going to. Here it is. But you know what? We're just going to try it. Jack Wood says, on the subject of slightly ancillary things to painting minis, have you seen the Billy Bass turnip terrain? I have not, but I want to see it, Jack. Please facilitate that for me. Uh-oh. That's slightly bunged up, which generally means I'm going to get loads and loads and loads of paint on my palette, unless... Will says, DMing now. Thank you. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh no. Oh, it works. It even works. And it's got guts coming out of it. Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Alison Bassabar says, going to make some tea quick. Yam yam. What is wrong with me? Why did I say that? Yam yam. I had a very hard time. This is, wow, listen to me. This is a real tragic story, everyone. So prep yourselves. But I had a real hard time with tea this past week. I kept making tea, thinking, oh, I really want a cup of tea, and then when I drank it, I was like, it's not that good. For those of you wanting to see the big mouth Billy Bass terrain for turnip, I've just put in a link in chat. But yeah, no, I kept making tea this week, and I'd drink it and everything, but it didn't taste great. And at first I was like, am I not brewing it long enough? No. And then I was like, is it the water? And I was like, no, I'm in Cornwall. The water's delicious. I don't know what it was. Just wasn't enjoying drinking tea this past week. There you go. That's my story. Fascinating. I think you'll agree. Absolutely bloody fascinating. Really good story, Johnny. So, here's how Joseph's coming on. Just blocking in colours for now. I'm going to block in his beard. I'm going to do that all grey-like. And then I've got to do the smoke on the pipe. Do something or other with this mug of beer. Got to do his hair and his boots. Then we'll probably shade him. Emma Benton says this is one of the single most British things I've ever heard. Yeah, in fairness. I just kept making tea being like, this is it. This is the one that's going to bring me back in. And then it wasn't that good. Because when a cup of tea is good, it's great. When a cup of tea is like mediocre, it's really disappointing. And I go through phases of liking tea and then not drinking it very much and drinking coffee instead. And I'm really in an I love tea phase at the minute. But I keep making disappointing cups of tea and it's driving me up the wall. It drives me completely round the bend. Ronnie says, so what exactly qualifies as disappointing tea, though? This is the thing, Ronnie. I don't know. It's just, it misses the mark. Like, I don't know, there's something about the perfect cup of tea, like the flavour ratio is just perfect, and you're just like, that is the perfect blend of, like, hot and it's strong tea, but also it's tempered by a bit of milk. And there's just something about it, you just go like, there it is. Whereas this tea, like, it didn't taste like much. And what it did taste like wasn't that exciting. And it's like, how have I fucked this up? How does it taste both bad and like nothing? It's just weird. And then I was a bit like, oh my God, is what I love most about tea the crappy London hard water that I've been drinking for my entire adult life? And it might be, you know. Weekend Minis is on a super chat saying, there's your problem. You're using water. Best tea ever. Japanese green tea steeped in steamed apple juice. My Starbucks order for about a decade now. Blimey. I didn't even know they'd do that. It sounds very adventurous. Maybe I'll fill my kettle with apple juice. See what happens. I'd probably break the kettle. Honestly, I'd be such a better hydrated person if I lived in Cornwall. Tap water there is delicious. Absolutely blinding. Right, let's get some form of copper, why not? Fucking metallic paint sometimes. They're annoying. So I'm going to shade this whole model in a bit, so it's not too much of a worry. Right. question is, what colour to make his hair? I might make it Baneblade brown. Beyblade brown. Let's go with that. Why not? I like the way the sculpt looks so much more than I like the way that picture looks. This isn't me trying to say that my painting is better, because I don't think it is. I'm certainly not a professional. But, wow. There's just something really harrowing about that box art. Where? Release me! It just looks like he's been made into beef jerky somehow. There it is. Why are you all talking about pissing into things? I pay attention to my painting for 1 minute and suddenly you're talking about piss. Can't leave you alone at all. I didn't even leave you alone, you just did it right under my nose. Never going to grow the community now. Not at this rate, anyway. Well, we might grow the community, but we'll be referred on some very odd websites, let me tell you that. I'm not here to kink shame, but I'm also not here to make this a piss channel, you know? The nice it says, look how quickly you all threw Will under the bus. Motherfucker. Wet palettes grinding my gears. Aha! Some hidden silver bits I didn't paint. There we go. Monster Noodle says LSP equals lovely skeleton piss. Oh god. Welcome back to Non-Binary Person Looks for a Box of Paints. Unfortunately, I found it immediately, but I would have quite liked to stay down there for a while. Bit of the old Kislev flesh. The only paint I've rebought from Citadel, having bought the Vallejo equivalent, because the Vallejo equivalent was bunk. Kislev flesh is a good shade. Oh god. Oh, he looks dead right now. Oh god, Hamlet's going to be furious. Don't look in his ear. Oh no. Yeah, we're going to have to shade this sucker stat. Ah, fuck. There's a bit more silver I missed. I'm glad everyone's still enjoying talking about piss anyway. Not sure if there's much I can do to stop you, really, is there? A very tiny moth says somehow, through some divine folly, this is the second stream today I've watched where the chat started to talk about piss. Egads. No one needs that. Not 2 streams in one day. Unless you're some kind of Jonah. And you're the reason. A very tiny moth. You sit there and subtly, subliminally entice people to talk about piss. Is that your deal? Need more Baneblade brown. Very tiny moth says, oh god, I hope not. Ah, very good. Tiny Runner says, wouldn't that be the butterfly effect? Very strong. There we go. John Hall has done a super chat saying, hi Johnny, could you say hi to Arcadia and our new pup Rogue, who is being very bitey at the minute? Absolutely. Hi Arcadia, and hello especially to new pup Rogue. Rogue, don't forget to add your dexterity modifier to your sneak attack damage. It's an easy thing to forget, especially when you are a dog, but it's very important and is one of the defining characteristics of your class. Chris Ashworth has done a super chat. saying, "Hi Johnny, sorry I'm late, working on my new Slaves to Darkness models this evening. Firstly, you're not late, nor are you early. You arrive... my throat hurts a little bit, so that's the best Gandalf I could muster right then. But I hope the Slaves to Darkness models are going great. Thank you very much for tuning in. It's nice to see you here. Hope all is well. I'm painting Joseph Bugman, who is going to live in the pub that I'm building as a carry case for my Blood Bowl team. Because that's just the kind of thing I do with my free time. Oh, I already did it. Great. I was like, and I used up that Baneblade brown very quickly. I've still got to paint that bit of beard. No, I'd used that paint on the beard, so it's all fine. Oh, I see. That's a leather wrap. Okay, all right. Oh, I wouldn't like a leather wrap. I'd much prefer a falafel wrap, etc., etc. The nice which says, "Oh, Baneblade, I see. Yeah. Welcome to the weird and wonderful world of Games Workshop paint naming conventions." Ah, Rotten Luck is in chat and says, "Hello, LSPs." Hello. I hope you are well, Rotten Luck. Right. Why on earth is your forehead coming out so grimy? I mean, I'm going to shade this and then paint it again, but it's very odd. Oh god, it's drifting toward the box art. What if it's a cursed model? Bob P. Caramel has done a super chat, but the super chat is completely blank. Bob, if there was something meant to be attached to that super chat, just type it as per normal in chat and I'll read it out. But either way, thank you for the super chat. That's very kind of you. Right. Oh. Need a bit more flesh. Because Bugman has got a hole in his boot, look. Is this a lot of effort to be going for something that's just going to be propped in the corner of my carry case? Yes, it is. Adam Schofield has done a super chat saying, "Hi Johnny, I have to do a French accent for final project in acting class, and every time I do it, I think of you asking for chat's help when you stream." Well, I'm glad I could be there with you during this final project time. Needless to say, I hope it goes brilliantly, and I hope your French accent is better than mine. Let's face it, it almost certainly is. Almost certainly. So, you know, if nothing else, you've beaten one person out there. Honestly, I do hope the project goes brilliantly. You get a very good mark. Right. I shall shade this model. That's the word I was looking for. Model. Where's my Agrax Earth shade gone? I think it's up here, you know, somewhere. Yes, it is. There it is. Bang. Titan Uranus says the trick to doing accents, in my opinion, consistently, is to have a word or phrase to anchor it. A friend of mine did a northern accent in a thing, and whenever he was struggling, he'd go "a up," and bam, it would be perfect. Just "a up" was enough to send him straight back in. It was interesting. Right. Let's shade Bugman. Oh god, oh god. Oh no, it's okay, it's okay. I was like, it's starting to look like the box art. Don't panic, Johnny. The box art can't hurt you. If anything, it nearly saved you some money, so... New Aglax shade, I fucking hate you. Why are you like this? Eat my ass. Cool. Adam Schofield. Oh, Adam Schofield has done a super chat saying the best part is the accent is supposed to be bad. Well, no wonder you think of me when you're up there doing it, eh? Well, good. Now, this has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that I have drunk like 2/3 of a beer, but I need a wee. So I'll be right back. I'm not going to put it on the be right back screen or anything. I'm just going to mute my mic. What did I miss? Okay. Whatever all that was. And I'm not joking here. Draw a line under it. Let's talk about something normal for a bit. Please. Zega Genesis says, we were behaving. You don't get to see the messages that are held for review. I do. So yeah, we'll put a pin in that. Right. Nako the Kitty says, normal topic pivot. Johnny has what's been missing the kittens. No. No. I don't think she has. Don't think the other cats have either. It's just a lot more peaceful here, and they're all enjoying having more attention, really. So yeah. Bob P. Caramel has done another super chat saying, I made an Oxventure animation. I love you all. Thank you. Thank you, Bob P. Caramel, for putting in the effort. I shall attempt to check it out. Thank you very, very much. I am consistently bowled over by the lengths people go to vis-a-vis Oxventure stuff. It's very flattering, I have to say. Right. RV Dammits on a super chat saying, air fryers provide nummy beige foods. That super chat brought to you, I presume, by an air fryer. And RV Dammit. Thank you, RV Dammit. I hope you're okay. Hope you're well. The nice switch says I ate too many chips and now I'm deceased. Ooh. When I was away last week, we had fish and chips for dinner one night. And I opened a beer, and it took me 2.5 hours to drink it. It just was not going in. My tummy was like a little drum. It was a nice problem to have, but it was still just like, oh, I can barely move. Paint the axe handle. Nathan says, what are you painting? Looks dwarfy. Hi, Nathan. I hope you're well. I am painting Joseph Bugman, as acquired at Warhammer World, with this cursed box art. So currently he's on, like, I've just shaded the main bit. I'm waiting for that to dry. But there he is with a pipe and a pint. He's going to be leaning up against these barrels. So I need to paint the helmet and the axe properly. Then I'll shade those, and then I'm going to work on the wood properly later, because I'm enjoying playing around with different wood grain textures. But yeah, that's what I'm up to. I hope you're well, Nathan. Oh, it's nice to be painting. Oh, I'll paint the horns on this helmet, and then I'll show you the progress I've made on the tonk. Because last time I tried to stream myself painting, I did not stream in the end. But I kept painting because it was good for my brain. So I made quite a good bit of progress on the big tank. And I've also finished my horrible frog Blood Bowl team. So I'll show you them as well. Right. Neck of the Kitty said, did the frog team have a name? I can't remember. No, it doesn't yet, but it will. Chris Ashworth says, oh, is that the Votan tank? Yes, it is. Here it is, in fact. So here's the focus point's really high on this. Here's what I've done so far with the Hackathon Land Fortress. Obviously, I've not started the crew yet, but I did a lot of paneling. And I did the headlamps, and that's sort of what it looks like right now. So the next steps are gonna be paint the crew so I can put the bubbles on, like the bubbles on the canopy on the top. Got to do the wheels, and then there's just going to be some weathering, so like some silvery bits sort of scuffed up here, etc., etc. I don't tend to do too much weathering. I kind of like things looking not scuffed, but I don't know. I'll give it a go. And then I finished the frogs. So I've now got the full team of 7. So here's the big guy, who I decided to paint up all frosty white. It's quite hard to show under the lights because it gets washed out. There's that guy. There's this orange guy. Oops. There's him. I think this one might be my favourite. I like him a lot. And then you'll be familiar with this guy who wants your wallet and is really horrible. There's the purple guy. Also wants your wallet, is also horrible. The red stomping one. The yellow one. Who am I missing? Uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 7. That's it. We've got all of them. So yeah, they're all done. So I'll be taking those to the Yuletide tournament for the Hot Bobs League and demanding everyone's wallets. Ah. Oh, I'm glad people like the purple one. Ah! Yeah, there's a purple one again. A nice pal. I think the orange one is my favourite though. And this is a test model I did early doors, which is not as upsetting, so he's not in the team. Cattle Decapper says, are those frog boys Sladdy from D&D? They look so similar if not. They are not. They are from Punga Miniatures. And they're meant to be a frog lizard froggy team. Ah, Rogue Monitor has done a super sticker. The super sticker depicts a pear. The pear has a face and arms and legs, and it can move around, and it has sunglasses, which implies it has a fashion sense of sorts. And it keeps turning around, going, like, with its sunglasses. And there's some text that says, hey, you! As if the pear is... Oh, no, it's waving. So it's like, hey, you! As if he's checking in on me. Which is pleasant / slightly alarming. So thank you very much for that, Rogue Monitor. That is very kind of you. Now, this axe and helmet. I'm going to be lazy. What I'm going to do is just get some copper on the go. Alison Wasserbauer has just done a super chat delivering what is now my second favourite joke about bees. And the bar is high here. Why do bees stay in their hive during winter? Swarm. I love it. I love it. Alison, thank you. That was an honest-to-goodness gift. Oh, so good. And yet, Eleanor Smith has the temerity to boo you for it. I think that's a great joke, personally. Oh. Yep, that was good. Kira Cox asks for the bee joke. Not today. I'm not feeling it today, thanks. Sorry to disappoint, but my throat hurts. Not that it's not a taxing joke to tell. It's more the laughter that will ensue, which I know is part of the appeal for everyone. But it'll absolutely do me in if I tell it today, so I can't. Alison says, I saw that joke a few days ago and I knew I had to send it. Thank you. It's so good. Swarm. Love it. Did I tell the one already about Beethoven's favourite piece of fruit? I think I must have done. Oh, just in case. What was Beethoven's favourite piece of fruit? Banana. I'd be an insufferable parent. People aren't loving that one, except for Kira Cox. I think it's an alright one, you know? Chaos says, have I told the one about my grandparents and what we called them? Is the punchline to this, it's a fucking old joke? Don't know why I'm spending so much time painting this side of the Mini when it's going to be in the corner of the carry case, but... That copper looks bloody awful. I fucking hate metallic paints. But I also refuse to learn to paint non-metallic metals because I don't like the way they look. So... Oh, that's right. Yeah. Chaos says, if I told you the one about what we used to call my grandparents, they were named Pearl and Dean, but to us they were just Grandma and Grandpapa, papa, 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 papa. It's just that good, isn't it? It's so good. It's very strong. So, how to broach this one? Pearl and Dean are like they're film distributors, aren't they? But basically, Pearl and Dean is a company, and they have a musical sting, a theme tune, and it goes. If you've been like, basically, you heard that every time you go to the cinema. They only ever appear in the cinema, but it's one of those things that's just burned into people's heads. They're an advertising company. Thank you, Aiden, folks. Denice says, I used to think Pearl and Dean were the same people as Torval and Dean, multi-talented legends. Kind of wish it were true. Oh, metallic paints, you suck. The texture of them is just annoying. Phew. Reese says Torval and Dean come up with their advertising campaigns while skating. It's canon now. That almost got me then. Meanwhile, Ronnie says sometimes adding the tiniest bit of cornstarch slurry to paint helps with texture. It's also a good way of thinning soup without getting big lumps and making it cloudy. Carrie Choi says, why do elephants never forget? Because they have a trunk full of memories. Okay, bye. Curse you, Carrie. Also, bye. Have a nice time if you are actually leaving. Thanks for being in chat. You're nice. Ronnie says, paint, soup, all the same. Ends up in my tummy. Carrie says, I'm not, but... Okay, fine. Welcome back, Carrie. Glad you're staying. Now I'm painting sloppily. With too much paint on my brush. Lucas says, I'm thinking soup for dinner today. My throat hurts. My throat hurts too, Lucas. I had a cup of soup earlier. Which is a brand of instant soup in the UK, for anyone wondering. I'm not just weird about how I say a cup of soup. Anonymous says, did you hear about the gardener who just gave up one day? Threw in the trowel. That I enjoyed. Thank you. Ooh, Pater Draconis says, ooh, lovely time to catch this stream. Sorry, the first ooh was mine, and then the second one was Pater Draconis'. Pater Draconis says, ooh, lovely time to catch the stream. I was just working on a waterfall diorama as a holiday present for my sister, which is why I went ooh. Love your work, Johnny. Love your work, Pater, as my my sudden exclamation may have made you realise. That sounds like a lot of fun. Right. Now, let's work on these barrels. Oh, I hate the way that looks so far. Monster Noodle's done another super chat, which reads, what do you get when you cross a camel and a leopard? Fireside rug, so you can have fire... What do you get when you cross a camel and a leopard? A fireside rug you can have a good hump on. Goodness me. Didn't know people were still humping on rugs by the fire. They said, sounding alarmingly prudish. At no point did I know where that joke was going, Noodle, I have to say. I'm going to shade this barrel once I'm done with this layer, because it currently looks a bit rubbish. The nice it says, "'Tis the season of rug humping." I thought they just called it cuffing season these days. Is that not the same thing? I don't have a fire to hump in front of, let alone a fur rug. The nice switch says, "Oh, I love rug humping" by Chumbawamba. He has a zebra hump, he has a tiger hump, he has a leopard hump, he has an elephant hump. He humps the rugs that remind him of the good time, humps on the rugs that remind him of the better times. Whoops, that was close. Well, it wasn't close. I went over, but maybe just about pulled it back. Who knows? Probably didn't. Anyway, Tree Man says, "Please tell me rug humping is UK slang I'm not aware of." I haven't got enough energy to do a bit. Lisa Hunt's on a super chat. Saying, "I recently watched your Late to the Party for Return of the Obra Dinn, brackets throwback, and that is why I'm now buying it. Did you finish it? Was it great?" I got quite far in Return of the Obra Dinn, and then I didn't play it for a while, and now I'm in that annoying stage where if I wanted to finish it, I'd have to restart. I think I will at some point. It's the kind of thing I really ought to finish. I think I owe it to myself, really. But yeah, not yet. I've gone back on saying I was going to shade the barrel. I'm trying something else instead. Which is to say, painting more without shade. Good. Well done, Johnny. Really describing your thought process as well here. Don't know if you heard Watson snuffling there, but it seems she's just laid down on the other side of the room, which is nice. Nathan says, Scout's got some opinions. Nathan says, "I love painting this big boy and a mammoth, but boy, oh boy, is there a lot of it to base coat." What are you painting? And for what? Oh, are you doing ogres? Or... Anyway, I'd love to know what you're painting. And I hear you. Sometimes there's just a wall you hit with base paint, and we're like, how much more can there be? Ah, Stonehorn Beast Riders from my Ogre army. There we go. For a second, I thought you'd pivoted into Song of Ice and Fire or something. That's Luna kicking off now for some reason. Must be feeding time. Here at the cattery. Felt like a cattery at points. Oh, I'm delighted we've got heating again, I have to say. It's still quite cold in here. But means that we can actually control the temperature in this place. Nathan says, nah, Song of Ice and Fire is nerd shit, not cool like Warhammer. The minis do seem quite cool. I mean, I've painted a mammoth from A Song of Ice and Fire, which is what made me think of it, but... mild headache. I think probably just from the cold over the last couple of days. Will says, have you seen any of Sandon Brandison's little tantrum? He wasn't approached by From to write their Old Rings game. No. What? Has he kicked off because he wasn't invited to write Elden Ring? Come on, Brandon. Right. I need to or rather... Oh God, is that a real quote? Why have they let this guy who just blogs about the NFL do it? I don't know what that was, but I think it was animal related, and I think it was bad. So I'm going to check on that. I'll be right back. I don't know what that was. It sounded bad. But I found two cats that definitely looked guilty, but nothing seems to be out of place. So frankly, I have no idea what that was. I'm going to do a very, very light brown wash over this, I think. Because I'm just not sure what we've got here. I think it needs a little bit. Yeah, that'll do. Let's try and put a bit more warmth back in. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Sorry, one sec. Just going to send a quick message. That's better. The mug didn't look... It just looked too clean. It didn't look substantial enough. Alright, there we go. Almas Sarkona says, I'm up way too early. You can tell as I caught you live. In fairness, that is the one time I'm going to say that someone is either... is not arriving precisely when they mean to, because it does sound like you are too early. But it's nice to have you here, Almas. I hope you don't feel too sort of out of it all day from having been up what sounds like disgustingly early. Right, I'm going to paint Joseph Bugman's face now, and hopefully I'll make him look less haunted than that box art. So far, I don't know actually. Okay, it's going all right actually. I'm afraid of highlighting this thing too much, / basically at all, in case it starts looking like the horribly overworked box art. I know this is someone's actual work I'm disparaging here, but in fairness, it looks bad. And is on the box art. I wouldn't, if I'd googled it and that image had come up, I'd say that's skillfully done, but not my cup of tea. But given it's out there on the box art, it's fair game for me to say I think it's haunted. Oh, that's not clean enough. Need to get a little bit more shade in the folds of that cloak, I think. That's not the right thing. That's what I wanted. Oh, Tegan Evans says the artist is lurking miserably. Oh, no. Oh, I feel bad now. It's just not how I like to paint, and I don't know if they've done something in post-processing to make it look weird, but that's not how I want the model to look. And is serving as a cautionary tale. But you're right, I don't want to just shit on someone's work for the sake of it. Especially when I'm not exactly the world's best painter. Cock. Especially when I can't mix things on my palette without flooding them either. There you are. A very tiny moth says, what's your opinion about Pokemon? Bought Violet yesterday as an early Xmas gift to myself. Enjoying it so far, glitches and all. I like Pokemon. I haven't played a Pokemon game since, what was the one with Litten in it? That one. And that I didn't play very much. I never stick with them. But my partner plays them voraciously. So I sort of, I get my fix vicariously, basically. But yeah, I grew up around the time Pokemon sort of came to the West. I was a child, so it is. I'm glad that it continues to be a cultural constant because I don't know how many people actually get this, but as a kid, I was into Pokemon trading cards and I played the games and I watched the cartoon, and then sort of, it stopped being cool anymore, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe I was into Pokemon. And now it's just still cool. And it's like, oh, I was wrong, and I was pretending it was bad because I was embarrassed that I'd been caught up in something. And even, what I'm saying now, I'm saying I feel vindicated because it's still cool. Basically, I don't know. I guess I'm just glad that the thing I like actually turned out to be good and popular. Because I used to have real guilt. If I saw, there was a yo-yo craze when I was young. If I then saw my yo-yo, I'd feel guilty and be like, oh no. The Night Switch says, okay, it's time for me to go. You're all very good people, and I hope you have excellent weeks. Take care, The Night Switch. I sincerely hope that you continue to recover from being ill swiftly and smoothly. And it was just lovely having you in chat. It's always a pleasure. But yeah, I hope you're well. I'll chat to you soon, probably. The Night Switch streams on Twitch. That's twitch.tv/The Night Switch. If you want to have a nice time, that's where you can go. That made it sound like I'm kicking out anyone who doesn't want to have a nice time, but you know what I mean. Oh, if you want to have a nice time, that's where you can go, actually. Cripes. How much more work do I want to do on this, given it's just going to be propped in the corner of a pub? Still want to sort out that head, because the brow is still weird. But apart from that, kind of alright with this. And I kind of want to get cracking on some floorboards. It's an exciting thing to say, isn't it? I just can't wait to get cracking on floorboards. It's quite hard to paint that face, actually. But you know what it could do with the tiniest, and I mean tiniest, bit of shade under that left eye. Well, both of them, why not? There we go, that's a bit better. Oh, he looks really, really pale. On the camera, anyway. Alex Simpkin has done a super chat saying, Johnny, have you heard about the surgeon that travels through time and space to solve murder mysteries? Doctor Who done it? Ah, boo. It's actually quite good. Yeah, fuck it, that'll do. Sorry, my phone's going off in my pocket. I'm just going to make sure there's not some form of emergency. All good. Oh, it's Be Real time. Or it was Be Real time a year ago. A year ago? An hour ago? What the hell? That'll do. Right. So there we go. I'll glue that together. And he'll go in my pub. It's not the best or most detailed painting job I've ever done, but you know what? It's a bit of fun. And it's going to live in a box. So, there we go. Put those over there. Now it's time to get a little bit weird with it, everybody. We're going to paint some floorboards. These floorboards, to be precise. So I should really do that and reset the focus. Where? Camera control. Focus. Let's put it on autofocus. There we go. There we go. Let's just do that. Apply. Okay. Okay. Maybe I can... There we go. That's what... Oh, for fuck. You can see why I don't have it in autofocus most of the time. Come on. No. Alright. Well, for a brief second I showed you Bugman properly, but... Oh! Wow. Will says, I have an actual... Don't know what Luna's kicking off about. Will says, I have an actual genuine fun fact about the Big Bang Theory of all things. I'll read it out, but I'll preface it by saying I fucking hate that show and I think it's dreadful. In 2007, when it was being developed, they approached some grad students and asked to take photos of their apartments and rooms in order to create a believable setting for the show. They were scrapped after some test shoots because all of the audiences found them too depressing. Absolutely incredible. That show's shit. Just fucking awful. Where's my big base brush? Did I ever have a really big base brush? Shut up, Luna. What do you want? It's the worst cat. It's a medium base brush. It's not going to be as big as that, though, is it? Alright, here you go. All right. Where have you gone? There you are, Rhinox Hide. I'm Luna. Where? And that's what she's like. Watson's excited about something, so she's did a weird little choking noise. It's all go here today. Now, I've got a few of these to paint, and also it's going to be wood, so I don't need to be super neat with the grain. With the brush textures, rather. Is that going to be too thin now? Yes. But I've done it now, so let's just slap it on. Yep, there's one. Bit more iron oxide. I need to get some more of this stuff. Two. We've got 4.5 to do. Actually, more like 3 and then 1 and a bit. I don't know. We've got some to do. Repercussions says, got to go do some late shoppery for dinner and stuff. Evening all. Take care, Repercussions. I hope they have whatever you need in stock. Or perhaps with a handy discount. Earlier on, I nipped out to get some soup for my partner who's got like a nasty head cold. And was instructed, like, if we're going tins, to get mushroom soup. And if, like, you know, packet soup, like cup of soup that comes in sachets, you put in a mug, get some minestrone. And I turned up, and they had an offer on each one. Like 2 for £2 offer on boxes of minestrone cup of soup. And they had some form of offer on tins of Heinz cream of mushroom soup. So I got 3 of those. And basically just rolled home like a soup peddler. Just like, they had both soup, so I got too much soup. It just objectively rolled home with too much soup. And 2 different kinds of citrus. Tangerines, because delicious and good vitamin C. And an orange, so we can dehydrate it in slices and put it on the Christmas tree. But yeah, I just rolled home like a really weird soup druid person. What's the word I'm looking for? A champion? It was a lot, basically, is what I'm saying. It was a lot. Like, we'll get through it. It's just, you know, I rolled in with a slightly frenetic energy with far more soup than anyone, including me, was expecting. I guess that's what I mean by this, is that I just sort of came in just like, soup! Like the herald of soup. That's the word I was looking for, herald. Soup is come. Here it is. As in, soup has come. Oh, God. By rights, I should go to the I regret saying that page. Don't bother, chat. You're already typing. Don't bother. I've already had to tell you a couple of times today. So have a sensible chuckle at it. Don't type anything, and then we'll move past. There we go, look, I've painted the things. A very tiny moth says, I've just finished eating 5 days worth of soup and still want more. No such thing as too much soup. Must have taken you ages. Must have taken you ages for a very tiny moth. You're just one very tiny moth. 5 days worth of soup. That must take you, what, like 10 years? Blimey. Titan Uranus is on a super chat saying, sounds like you were all souped up. Very good. There we go. That's the kind of thing I can get behind. That's the kind of soup joke we like. Right, so these are drying pleasingly swiftly. So what I'm going to do, still with this big old brush, oh, Monster Noodle makes a good point. Isn't 5 days worth of soup like 2 human sips for a tiny moth? Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe you were actually getting through a very modest quantity of soup. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see how this does. No, that's not enough of a colour shift. Anonymous says, I don't like soup. It's coarse and irritating. And it gets everywhere. I happen to have a stock cube here. Oh no. It's hard to see. There we go. Okay, so not the big swoops, but little actual spider brushed ones. Oh, shut up, cats. Seem to work quite well. AP Wrong says, beef it's the boy, chicken his mother. Wow, that film is bad and that character is not okay. Scout, what do you want? There's something cosmically wrong with Scout right now, seemingly. I think this will come across as floorboard enough once I'm done. So what's your favourite soup then? Go on. Eh? Sorry, I've run out of chat. I think I'm a little bit tired and a little bit headachy. I'm fond of a broccoli and Stilton, I'll say. Bang! Everyone's gone off. Potato soup, says Ebro506. Broccoli cheddar, says Emma Benton. Chicken noodle, says Rotten Luck. Okay, alright. Here we go. I'm going to mix in. Oh, Katronica says, or Tom Carr. Tom Carr's good. Hot and sour soup from a Chinese takeaway is one of my favourites. Roasted red pepper. Fancy, C. Anderson. AP Rawling says, lately been enjoying bacon and lentil. Hard to go wrong. Hard to go wrong with that. Okay, this one I'm going to use quite sparingly, I think. So let's get a lot of that off the paintbrush. Let's see what we get. Blech! Too much. I'm going to leave it, actually. Yeah, I'll leave it. Let's just double check. Let's see how this looks in the actual box. Okay. Ow. Seth Strife has done, dang, a big old super chat. Saying, starting to get damn cold out, so make sure the heating's on. I can now, my heating works. Also, on my journey home, I came upon a 40k Space Marine fig someone must have lost. Your streams popped into my head, and now it takes place guarding my PC. Oh, well, that's... I'm glad that you gave it a good home, Seth. And thank you very much for the super chat. That's very kind of you. That'll work. That looks enough like a wood floor. Come on. These aren't the most even fits in the box, but if you've got anything to say about it, cram it. There, I said it. So I'll probably just do that and that and that and that. So, in fact, I'm going to just paint the bottom, paint the sides in a bit of Rhine oxide. And no one can stop me. So that's going to look fine. I think what I'm going to do is paint some floorboards onto this now. But yeah, Seth, sorry, I got a bit distracted, but thank you very much for the super chat. And yeah, it is chilly, but thankfully my heating works now. And thank you for taking in a poor orphan space marine. Okie dokie. Okay. So what I'll do, not this brush. Where's the other one? This brush. It's alright, Luna can scream. It's fine. Mm-mm. That's probably a bit thick, that line. Yep, I think it is. Do I want to do floorboards? I don't think I do, you know. I think I will. Fuck it. It's fun and easy to change your mind. You can just do that. Maybe put the thinner boards at the either end so it looks like they've been cut to fit the room. That's not a bad shout. I can't be bothered to cut anything to go in the sides here because this stuff is actually a pain in the arse to cut. But what I'm going to do is just paint the sides up here. Yeah, this will be fine. Oh, this is exciting. We're getting the floor in. We're putting the floor down. And then we'll varnish it. Oh, that makes a horrible sound, that. You know what, I think I'll just do this one side. And this will be the side. In fact, I don't want the models to go right into here because that's where the hinge comes down. So actually, it's serendipitous, and I'm going to claim credit for it like I thought of it, so it's fine. And at the end of the day, this is a joke, basically. So, I'm not that fussed. Haneke says, I don't think you can call something serendipitous and also claim credit for doing it on purpose. I shouldn't be able to, but I can. And I'm going to. Right, so that should be... Yeah, that's fine. So, if we did... That's a bit, huh? And then that. That'll work. Look at it all there. Look at it. Look at the floor. Yeah, cool. Okay. Here we go. Here's our moment of truth. Right, get the paintbrush out of my mouth so I can actually talk. Let's see. I'll varnish the tape once it's actually down, I reckon. Pub, 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 pub. Making a pub. And the eccentric lefty says if you did floorboards, it would hide the lines between the pieces. Yeah, that was kind of my plan, but then I actually found myself thinking, I don't hate that it looks just like that, basically. I think I can get away with it, is what I'm saying. I think. these are going together so nicely because they're metallic, so they're like, they want to stay flush, like they're magnetized. Oh no, wait, is that true? No, it isn't true. I'm just being careful. Yeah, they're just stiff bits of metal. That's all it is. And that still closes, which is great. And then... Uh-oh. Where's it gone? There you are. Phew. Couldn't see that for a sec. Is that going to go now? Oh, it's going to be tight. There might be a tiny overlap, but that's okay. It's going to have to be okay. Oh, now. That one's protesting, isn't it? That's fine. We have got a pub floor. Eleanor Smith says it's like the floor is made from the boards of one big tree. So there we go. And then let's just double check. Moment of truth. Hang on. Let's get a mini. Let's test it actually with something substantial. So here is a lineman from my North team. And then this is the real test. 3 magnets on the Yeti. Absolutely fine. Great. So, then let's put the whole team in. AWM Perry says, what are you building? A pub in a tub? Yeah. So, yeah, here's the pub sign, the dodging pig. And then it opens up and it's a pub. So I'm going to have some pub props. Uh-oh, knocking shit over now. So I'm going to like 3D print a little bar. I can't have too much down here because obviously I need to get all the minis in. But the walls are going to have lots of things on them, which is why we started out by painting like a taxidermied orc head. I said a taxidermy. There we go. Fucking autofocus. Taxidermied orc head and a goblin head. And I'm going to make some photo frames and stuff. If I really wanted to go hard, I'd get some, make some fake wallpaper, put that on the walls. It's actually getting quite busy in here. Busy pub, mate. Busy pub. Yeah, I really can't put too much stuff on the floor, can I? Last but not... Oh no, we've still got more. Last but not least, the beer bores. So that's the whole team. And it closes. There we go. So I reckon I can put Bugman in the corner and it'll be fine. But actually, I mean, if I move everyone over a bit, I can get a tiny bar in there. A tiny bar. So yeah. Aiden Folks says this is technically a flat roofed pub. You know it's going to kick off. Oh no, I've made a flat roof murder pub. So yeah, that's what I've been working on lately. A little magnetized pub that I just spat all over by mistake. So, what time is it? It's 10 to 8. I'm going to put all these in the box and remind you what I've painted. I'll glue I'll glue Bugman together and see where he goes in the pub, actually. And then we'll call it a night, I think. Definitely need to varnish this, otherwise the magnets are going to scrape that paint off. There we go. So, we've done, for the wall, a little goblin head on a shield. Come on, autofocus. Auto, fuck you, more like. And an orc one. There they are. And then we've got Joseph Bugman himself having a little nap in the corner. I might glue him down just for the sake of it, rather than, because this is resin and is flat bottomed. Oh, but it would be cute to have him. Oh, I bet I could glue a magnet in there actually. And then, would that be enough? It'd probably be enough. May as well try it. It's not that heavy. Yeah. Yeah, it's worth magnetizing everything. Yeah! Let's magnetize him. So, I'll sneak a magnet in there. That's just something I'll do. Alright. Okie dokie. Scout is very chatty this evening. Wow. It's probably because it's warm enough, or getting warmer rather, so they can move about a bit, if I'm honest. Oh, fuck. I mean, good. Waiting for super glue to come off is... or to go off is my, I hate it. As you can tell, I'm quite impatient with it. Okay. There we go. Oh, fuck you, Bugmanson. No, Bugman, not Bugmanson. Assassin Gaming 33 says, as the owner of the game store I frequent says, always be magnetizing. Oh, that's quite cute. Oh god, no, just let the glue fucking adhere, Johnny. Stop moving it around. Right. I'm gonna leave me to it now. I'm gonna work on just gluing this little bastard dwarf together. And then I'll stick a magnet on him and he'll go in the corner of the pub. But suffice to say, I will update you on how this thing goes as I continue to build it, and we head towards the next season of the Blood Bowl League I'm in, because I just like doing little extras around the league, and it turns out building a pub in a box is quite fun. So there we go. But there it is. Thank you all so much for watching this stream. I hope you've enjoyed it. It was nice to be back. I will be back streaming on Thursday, and then, as per usual, there'll be episodes of Press Any Chiodini for you to watch. I do have a Patreon. If you can contribute to it, that's very much appreciated. It's patreon.com/Johnny Chiodini. There's a link in the description of this video, and Emma Benton's just pinged one in chat. But most importantly, thank you for watching and chatting and super chatting and just generally being here and being nice people. So, yeah, thanks again. Have a lovely rest of the day, however much is left, and I'll catch you soon. Goodbye.